Good morning. You may now proceed. Councillor Kubasiak, you may now proceed.
Good morning. I'm Phyllis Kubasiak, Councillor for Division 3 and Deputy Mayor. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9:04 a.m. for April 6th, 2021. This is the Committee of the Whole meeting. Our meeting is now in session. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Parkland County is continuing our practice of holding virtual meetings and will conduct this meeting using electronic communication under the provision of Parkland County's Meeting Procedural Bylaw 2015-06 and Section 199 of the Municipal Government Act. We will now proceed with today's Committee of the Whole meeting. And I will ask for a roll call. I will ask for each member of council by division to confirm your attendance by saying present, and ask that members of council state your name and division for the record. And I'll start with Division 4.
Councillor Daryl Hollins, Division 4, present.
Councillor McNabb.
Yeah, Councillor John McNabb, Division 5, present.
Councillor Tracy Mellick, Division 6, present.
Mayor Rod Chagas, present.
And I understand Councillor Annalisa Jensen is absent today, so we'll record her as absent. And of course, as chair, I'm present. So I will ask each member of council to confirm your attendance by saying, I believe we've done that already. So I'd ask everyone to ensure your telephone or microphone is muted unless you've been called on to speak by the chair. And our speaking order today will be with starting with Division 4. The following procedural measures will be followed to ensure transparency and fairness. Each time a council member speaks, they will first state their name, followed by the division. The chair will read out each agenda item and ask the Chief Administrative Officer to introduce the matter. Each committee member will be asked to provide comment on the agenda item in order of division, with the mayor speaking last, and will indicate when they have finished speaking. Once each committee member has spoken, the chair will ask if anyone has any further comment. And should a committee member have further comment, each committee member will again be asked to provide comment in order of division and indicate when they have finished speaking. This process will be repeated unless there is no further comment, discussion, or debate. I can ask at the time if there are any other comments, and if there are no other comments, we can continue. After each motion of all committee in order of division will state their name and division and vote either for or against. I can also ask if there's any opposed, just for a reverse vote. The chair will then declare if the motion is carried or failed. On today's agenda item are the following items. Item 4.1, adoption of March 2, 2021 committee meeting of the whole minutes, meeting minutes. 5.1, public input session at 9:15 a.m. 5.2, 10 o'clock appointment, Hamlet Reinvestment Strategy Update. 5.3, 10:30 appointment with Conway Global Branding and Marketing Strategy, their final report. Item D1, Small Agricultural Holdings Viability Scan, final report. Item D.2, Agricultural Policies Rescindment Presentation. Item 8.1, Rural Municipalities of Alberta Contact Newsletter. 8.2 is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Update. We have 9.1, a closed session. 9.2, Economic Diversification Matters, and 9.3, regular meeting session. Are there any other additions or deletions from the committee for today's agenda? I don't see any, so I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you,
Madam Chair,
Oh.
from administration, I'd just like to add one item to the agenda.
Yes, please.
So Nancy Domagen and Rob McGowan will be providing just a background on the Carmelite development following the conclusion of public input today. And that will be a verbal item.
After public input. Okay, thank you. So with that addition, I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with that addition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Counselor Hollins, Division 4. I move the agenda as presented, as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, I will declare that that motion is carried and the agenda is adopted as amended. The items on today's consent agenda are 4.1, adoption of March 2nd, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting minutes, 8.1, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Contact Newsletter, 8.2, Federation of Canadian Municipalities update. Are there any additions or deletions to the consent agenda from council or administration? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented. Councilor McNabb.
Madam Chair, Councilor John McNabb, Division 5. I make the motion that we accept the consent agenda as presented by the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilor McNabb. Is there any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that motion is carried. Ms. Swain, we can move. We have our 9:15 public input session, and I'm just going to advise that council normally just has 10 minutes for this session, but we've extended it to 10 o'clock. We have some 33 people that have registered, and I'll go through the procedure at 9:15, but council has extended that period rather than the 10 minutes to 10 o'clock at this point, and we do have 2 other appointments. So I'll deal with that at that point in time. Ms. Swain, which item would you like to go to on the agenda at this point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question before we start with this item. I've gotten a couple of messages from staff asking if the live stream is working. So I just want to ask our legislative services group if the live stream has started on YouTube.
Thank you, Ms. Swain. We are just in the process of confirming that. If we could just maybe have a short recess, a break, and we'll be able to reconfirm that for you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. To the chair and members of the committee and Ms. Swain, we've been advised that our live stream to the website, Parkland County's website of this meeting is not working. We are in the process of having a link put onto our Facebook page. And before we proceed with public input at this time, can I ask that that be announced at public input that the meeting is being able to be viewed at the Facebook site? We are continuing to work with the website right now. Or you may choose just to wait another 5 minutes to see if our website will start working.
Possibly, if council agrees, we'll just wait the 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of council, as the committee, and to Ms. Swain, we've been advised that the web link to our website is not working. We have been able to facilitate the YouTube on Facebook. And there again, we need to direct people to Facebook for our live streaming. The meeting is being recorded and it will be posted to our website after the meeting. However, as a live stream, we have to refer to Facebook.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams, for that effort. I know that in these virtual times, these things do happen, and I know that you and your staff have made best efforts to try to make this work for the council staff and the community. So I just want to confirm that those registered to speak have joined the meeting.
We are in the process of admitting them, so one moment.
Thank you.
Hello?
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 Yes, hello. Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Here for the meeting?
Is it my turn to speak? Yes, this is Milan.
Good morning, everybody. It's Philip Elder speaking.
This is Brandy Jodwin.
This is Milan Albers.
One moment, please. We are just admitting everyone into the meeting room. Our chairperson will start the session shortly.
And just a point of note for everybody who's joined for public input, the process today will be that we will call each registrant in order of how they registered through our system. And so we have a list and we'll call upon each person and we'll ask them to speak. And Councillor Kabaski will go through it, but I just want to let you know, just ensure your mics are muted for now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Barb Williams. We have been notified that our live stream is now working on our website, so that availability is now there. Everyone that has registered for this meeting for public input has been put into the meeting room. You may now proceed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. It's 9:26, and so we'll begin our public input. Normally, it's a 10-minute period. Council has extended this to 10 o'clock. There are a couple of appointments that coming up at 10 o'clock and 10:30, so we will have to address those. And I'll just go through the procedure this morning on how this process will work. I want to welcome everyone who is registered to our public input. It's an opportunity where the Committee of the Whole welcomes public comment. This is very important for Council to hear. We will not be entering into dialogue at this time. The purpose of public input is for you, members of the community, to inform Committee of the Whole of matters you wish to be brought to our attention. At the end of the public input, just before 10 o'clock, Ms. Swain will just bring a few comments forward with regard to, I believe most of the comments here are with regard to the Carmelite matters. So Ms. Swain will have some comments once we finish presentations just before 10 o'clock today. And Ms. Swain will read from the list of names, those who have pre-registered to speak during today's public input session. And the list is organized in order of speaking registration requests that were received by Ms. Williams. So public input is normally 10 minutes, but we'll be extending it to 10 o'clock. And Council has agreed to extend to 10 o'clock at this point in time. And To allow a fairness and an opportunity for all those wishing to speak today, we have some 33 people. I don't know if we're going to get through the whole list, but I ask that you speak for 3 minutes, and please mute your line and leave your video off until it is your turn to speak. And just to move things along, if someone reads a letter, I understand Ms. Gordon will be speaking first, but if someone reads a letter and you concur with those comments, and unless you have something new to say, that certainly is your right to speak, raise all of your comments. But if someone before you has done so, it would be helpful if you just said you support the first speaker and we could move along. So with that, Ms. Swain, I'll ask you just to list the people that have listed, are registered in order of registration to speak today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe as well, the intention was that following the conclusion of the appointments I believe, following our 10:30 appointment, there is the opportunity to re-engage in public input. So if we don't get through everybody prior to our 10 a.m. appointment, we will restart public input following that. I just want that, Madam Chair, for that to be confirmed.
Okay, that's correct. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so first off, we have Ms. Shelley Gordon up to speak.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Parkland County. I've been here since 1985, and I'm representing my family who owns 5 properties in Parkland County, 4 of which are in the Chickacoo Estates development. And we have concerns regarding, of course, the Parkland County's development approval process, which came to our attention with the Carmelite expansion due to the recent application for water diversion. We have a letter from Raj Sajak that was a response to one of our residents who had similar concerns regarding the approval process, and that there was not adequate consideration given to the scale of the development. And that is Rod's words in this letter. There is, I think, an understatement in that it was a blatant lack of responsibility and ownership on our council, our municipality, to ensure the responsibilities were being met in regards to developments of this magnitude and the impact on the environment, the residents, and the county as a whole. Noted in this letter, for clarification, is Rod had indicated that this is an opportunity for a learning experience, and that there would be steps taken to ensure this type of situation doesn't occur again. And I would like to know what you feel those learning experiences are and what steps you've taken to ensure that this type of situation does not occur again. He also indicated, regrettably, the approval cannot be overturned. This is in regards to the Carmelite development. And I think it actually could be if there was failure to comply as noted in the development permit, item number 9, and that if they fail to follow the conditions of that permit, then it could actually be withdrawn. I'm wondering what checks and balances you have in place to ensure that compliance is met. We already have noted violations regarding that permit. There is parking on the road. We had an incident where EMS was obstructed getting through to one of our local residents. And then we also have noted stripping of the environment, which is a condition within this development permit. And it also violates the land use bylaw, which is noted in the permit item 16.4.1, items D, F, G, and H. What information on the process was actually used to approve the Carmelite process? Rod indicated that this information was going to be provided at today's meeting. And so we're wondering what you will have for presentation to us today to tell us what improvements have been made to this development process to ensure that this doesn't happen again going forward in the future. I'm wondering how and when validation is performed to ensure permit conditions are met by developers, and how you can provide evidence today that this was done for this particular permit. Why are impact studies not mandatory with projects of this magnitude, especially when they back onto ESAs, so environmentally significant or special areas, and why this is left to the discretion of the developer and not the county and then charged back to the developer. I wanted to just also challenge some of the statements that were made in the timeline that was put on the Parkland County website, and that there was an indication that there was no greater impact to the local area than what was already occurring on the land for several decades. And when you're talking about $22 million and 78,000 square feet, water diversion of 65 million liters or gallons, whatever it is, 4,600 gallons per day, that doesn't have, or that is the same impact that's currently going on, because it's not.
Ms. Gordon, could I ask you to wrap up your comments, please?
Certainly. So I'm just wondering if council members as a whole or as individuals would be willing to submit an appeal to Alberta Water Protection regarding the diversion of this water. I would like written confirmation and response regarding our concerns here today and make them notice of public matter, and an opportunity for community input in these regards, especially when developments are adjacent to ESAs, whether they're over a certain dollar amount, and then when they are within CR divisions within the county.
Okay.
I'd also like to left open, if I can, to the rest of the session and not kind of cut off.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Possibly, I've let you go on a little bit longer because possibly others may have the same questions and they can say that you have provided that input. Okay, thank you. Ms. Swain, the next speaker. Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have Andrew Walker from 1FM.
Okay. Mr. Walker, are you in attendance? He is a news reporter, so possibly that's why he was attending as observation.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I will move to the next person on the list, Elizabeth Camo-Stayer.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. Ms. Swain, could you spell her last name? That was Stayer, was it?
S-T-A-Y-E-R, Stayer.
Stayer. Okay.
And so I do not believe she is on the line, but I will move to the next person. It is Catherine McKenzie.
Thank you. Catherine, are you on the line? If you are, go ahead.
I have a Philip Elder who has raised their hand.
Mr. Elder, I saw your name on the page. If you're present, please go ahead.
Actually, it's just a point of order, please. At the
Yes.
bottom of your screen is a button that says participants. You can actually click that to get a list of folks who are in the Zoom meeting. So any folks that are not present, unless it's protocol to actually announce and wait for the person if they're not present. My apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr. Elder. I see Catherine McKenzie does have her microphone off. So Ms. McKenzie, if you are able to speak, I will let you participate.
All right, can you hear me?
I can, yes, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't see myself, but I can hear everything and see the others.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, I would just like to give my input to emphasize that the Mount Carmel Spirituality Center is of the utmost importance and a necessary component in my life, to my whole family, and to so many other families and individuals. As we know, this chapel and the grounds have provided a place of refuge and spiritual growth for over 30 years without negative impact on the community or the environment. It is currently home to 2 Carmelite priests and will still be home to only 2 priests once the construction of the updated complex is complete. Nothing will change other than having a new and improved facility with much more curb appeal, which will run more efficiently. As always, during any construction period, there is a time of trial, no matter what the situation, until it is complete. and I understand the concerns of those in the community, but I feel that if the development which was approved initially, then, and they were following all the protocol and doing everything on the up and up, that I just feel that the concerns are unwarranted. And as this is a place of prayer, quietude, tranquility, and peace, and one with nature. And I just, once the construction, which is always chaotic and annoying until it's complete, I think once it is complete, it will be an amazing blessing to the whole community and the area, and will not have any disruption, but only positive. So that I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Elder, you're the next speaker.
Oh, actually, thank you, Madam Chair, but I believe that Elizabeth Stayer has joined the call.
Okay,
So Elizabeth, if you are there, I will invite you to speak now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Elizabeth. Would you check if your microphone is muted, Elizabeth?
Okay, so we will move to the next person, who is Paul Foisey. And just to Mr. Elder's point, while we do have a list of participants, there are several people who have called in over the phone. So that's why we're calling out each person's name and inviting them to speak from our list rather than just looking through the participants list. So the next is Janice Neal. Okay, and then we have Eric and Melissa Stainer. Or Stanier. I believe I saw them join on.
Stanier. Yeah, Stanier. Eric or Melissa, are you on the line?
Eric and Melissa Stanier, I believe they're connecting to audio. So Kevin Lynch, I see you on the screen, so I will invite you to speak and then I will turn it back to Eric and Melissa if they are able to join on. Thank you.
Okay, can people hear me?
We can hear you, we can see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm Kevin Lynch. I operate the Way of Holiness Prayer and Retreat Center in Hinton, Alberta, Canada. I lived at the then Ifata House Prayer and Retreat Center for over a year and a half. So I'm well aware of its operation and what happens there. And the heavy use of that retreat center was on weekends. That's when people would come to attend. So the water usage would only really occur during weekends. There were very few people there during the week that would require water usage. Additionally, the cabins that are there will not be used. Once they build this retreat center, okay, the population of the people attending the retreat center would not significantly change at all from past. So I don't see that the water usage issue is really going to change from what historically has already happened. So I would be in great support of the Carmelite Center. And also it's like, you know, when you're spending millions and millions of dollars and you've gone into this program, and then to be called on the carpet at such a late date is kind of very surprising to me. Additionally, I do not have any accurate information. I have just been vocally apprised that there is some type of a water reuse system that has been installed there at the Carmelite Center. So I'm speaking and hearsay right now, but that was my understanding. So I am in support of the continued operation of that center, and certainly that they have a better facility for their guests, which I find is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Ms. Swain, our next speaker.
Thank you. So I have Patricia Stephen up next to speak.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chairman. I just have a couple things that I would like to say. And for starters, I've been a member and coming out to Mount Carmel here for the last 23 years as a participant and also as a volunteer. I'd like to add this is a Catholic retreat center. However, the reason I share Catholic is Catholic means universal. And so as a universal place, this is where people of all race and denominations come. They come to find solitude and peace. This place has always been an essential place and absolutely necessary. And especially because it is located outside of the city. So I'd like to state for the record that I'm in full approval of the building of this spiritual center, as it has always been an essential part of my life and many people that I know that have been coming here for the past 23 years. Nothing is new, only the building. It will add to the surrounding area. The building and the place will be an asset to this place. The cabins that are presently used, you can house like 4 or 5 people in one of those places. When I come here personally, I'm just coming for the weekend. I come for a weekend, I shower before I come here. All I'm doing is using the main place to come and brush my teeth and wash my face. That's it. And that's the case for most people. So the water consumption is going to be no more than it had been when all these cabins were here. So I'd like to state, yes, I'm in approval of this building and grateful for their presence, the Carmelite presence here in our community. So thank you and God bless. That's all.
Thank you, Patricia. Next speaker, Ms. Swain.
Thank you. So I have Genevieve Oliver.
It's Genevieve Olivier. So I just have more of a statement and then a quick ask. So as this has all unfolded over the last 2 weeks, I've watched a large group of area residents be forced to do intense research to learn more about the Mount Carmel development. None of us with any prior understanding of how this should have been run and what boxes should have been checked. And we have found several things that were missed. I find it astounding that no one at Parkland County has chosen to step up and help us be a voice. I have a feeling there was negligence across the board. It's time that those people were held accountable. We need a full public engagement meeting about the issues at hand with real accountability, because we won't be able to get this water back. We won't be able to fix the trees and things that have already been removed. If this does not happen, we'll continue to distrust what has been going on. And if we can't get the support of council on this and the water use halted with a line put in or cisterns put in, an environmental impact study done, I call for everyone on this council who dropped the ball over this in the last 2 years to resign due to incompetence. It's time that we save the precious resources around us. Everyone that allowed this to happen is accountable. We'll never be able to reverse the damage done here. I would like a written reply to my statement by April 14th, due to the fact that this meeting is not being run in any way that creates understanding. And I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Genevieve. Okay, Ms. Swain, the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have Ed Fisher as the next speaker.
Okay, good morning. Welcome, Mr. Fisher.
Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Awesome. Technology is wonderful when it works.
That's right.
So I just wanted to thank you for inviting me to this public input session. Again, we're talking about Mount Carmel, obviously. I feel public input on this development has been woefully lacking. And from what we're hearing, it's now a case of too little, too late. But I just wanted to voice my concern, frustration, anger, disbelief. There's so much that can be said about Parkland County granting approval to build this huge and ostentatious building in an area that the county itself classifies as an ESA, an environmentally significant area. I'd love to go through Parkland County's response that's been posted to the website as to why the planning approval was granted, because I think most of the comments are quite laughable, quite honestly, but I know there isn't time to do so today. I want to say, for the people who have just commented, who obviously go to the Carmelite Church, nobody objects to the presence of the Carmelites at Shikaku. As has been stated, there's been religious activities occurring on that site for years. It's just the sheer scale of the development that's been approved in an area that's classified as an ESA. If it were a case of updating or replacing what's currently there, it wouldn't be an issue. But the new building is larger than the Butterdome in terms of square footage, and that is just ridiculous. So I know you're going to hear people, and you've heard people talk about the concern for the water. And obviously their concern is justified because they're concerned about their own water supply. I don't actually have that concern. My water's in a cistern. So I'm just going to say that the suggestion that the capacity of this church is the same as what it has been is quite frankly laughable, because anyone looking at the size and capacity of the buildings that are there now and what's being built will clearly see that can't be true. If it were, then why is more water even being requested right now? And I feel if the scale of the development weren't such an issue, the water supply wouldn't be an issue either. So the water is actually just a symptom of the cause, not so much the cause itself. And why are we only seeing the water supply request now when development is already underway? Surely that's a cause for concern as well, because if the water application has been missed so far, what other things have been missed?
And Mr. Fisher, I just want to give you a 30-second warning. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to finish by saying the development of such a large building in an ESA should never have been approved, particularly without an impact assessment. And so for now, I'm just going to say, if the county does acknowledge for the record that the approval was actually a mistake, and what, if anything, are you planning to do to try and limit the damage that is actually already being caused in Shikaku?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. We are getting to be 9:50. I think we probably have time for 2 or 3 more brief comments. Ms. Swain, who is next on the speakers list?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Charlotte Offer.
Gotta be positive.
Oh, and Charlotte, I believe that your mute is still on. There you go.
Good morning, all. Thank you for hearing me. I also go out to the Carmelite Center and use it. And for the most part, I have found it a place of quiet. I have been there on a Sunday afternoon as well as other times. And just from my experience, there's the odd time, but mostly it is a smaller number of people. And there's only 2 things in this world, that which gives light and that which takes away and makes darker. And the Carmelite Center is a place that brings light to the world. And so I just ask that we let this light shine. Thank you. And I support it and agree with many of the other comments in favor of the Carmelite Spiritual Center. Thank you.
Charlotte, our next speaker, Ms. Swain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, I have Brandy Jadoin. And Brandy, I'd invite you to speak if you are on the line.
Hello, my name is Brandy Jodwin. I'd like to thank the council for taking the time to hear us. My husband does large underwater sewer and development, so I do understand the terrible concern when something impacts a community's water well. I would also like to state, though, if I think that the county has done anything wrong, I think it's simply in the fact we need to release to the public the preparations and architectural reports that Carmelite would have had to submit to the county prior to applying for the permits. It is very, very, very difficult to get a permit approved in Parkland County, particularly around the waterworks areas, as my husband could attest. I stopped at the Carmelite Center and talked briefly to Father Mario about the preparation they did, and he has a 100-page report on the ecology, on the architect's impact, and I would really stress that that needs to be released to the public and then explained to the concerned citizens. He also informed me that they are going to have a gray water recycler, which my husband said is an absolutely wonderful idea for their center, and also to explain to the people that have great concerns that when you submit a waterway permit in an area that is ecologically sensitive, you must have the absolute top. If there was an accident and the pipes were to burst or the tap was to be left on, you need to have such a buffer for your everyday water that it's about half of what you would actually ever use in any realistic expectation. I also just wanted to point out to my other people that have called in, it is private property. And as long as it is not impacting the environmental sensitive area, regardless of the way we feel about it being developed, it is their private property. And we cannot demand that people, as long as they are meeting the county's protection, we cannot demand that they withdraw from their own privately owned development. I'd like to thank the council for doing this, and I would actually like to really encourage the council to make sure that they are not worried about personal or public opinion and simply follow the rules that the council and the county has already put forward. You have the ability to make sure that this was done correctly, and if it was, I encourage you to stand fast and allow the project to go forward if they've met the requirements. Thank you very much.
I'll take one more speaker, and then we're going to take a 5-minute recess before our next appointment. Those still on the list, as Ms. Swain indicated, we will pick up after 10:30, so I ask your patience. One last speaker, Ms. Swain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have Leanne Warrenchuk and Karen Armstrong, who registered as a joint speaker.
Hello?
And Leanne.
Right. And actually, it was Ken Armstrong, and he's not able to attend, so it's just going to be me.
Okay.
And I too would like a written response to my questions by April 14th. Okay. Is there any indication that the planning department was misled by the developer? Is there any indication that the developer is or was acting in bad faith? Can council seek an environmental review of the development due to the concerns it could have on the surrounding environmentally sensitive area? And will it? Where is the signed development permit and building permit? The signed copies, can we see them? Has council sought legal counsel on this issue regarding first the legality of the approval? For example, if the prior use clause was abused, what options may be available to council for a temporary stop work order in order to conduct an environmental review and mitigate risks? And if legal counsel was sought, is a written copy of that legal opinion available for the public view? And on page 61 of your land use bylaw, section 5.3, country residential district, subsection 5B, it states that pursuant to the MDP, a biophysical assessment shall be required for a site proposed for a multi-parcel subdivision or a major development if all or part of the site is located within areas defined as environmentally significant in the environmental conservation plan, may be required within 0.8 kilometers of areas defined as environmentally significant in the environmental conservation plan, or if the site contains natural features such as or extensive tree cover. It goes further to say that the biophysical assessment shall identify and evaluate the environmental significance and sensitivity of existing vegetation, wetlands, or other water features, wildlife habitat, and unique physical features, and shall recommend appropriate measures for protecting significant features. My question is, was this biophysical assessment completed? And if so, where is it? And can we see it? I would also like to know what exactly was approved in regards to this development. Are the publicly available plans the full extent of the expansion, or are there further plans that we don't know about? Was the developer given permission to just keep building? There was an article from the Catholic Archdiocese of Edmonton in July 2017 that stated the Carmelites had plans to build a separate monastery on the site. Are there plans?
Excuse me, Leanne, could I just ask you to wrap up your questions, please?
Okay, yes. I would like to wonder why we have speakers in this meeting that aren't residents of Parkland County, and if that's something that's normally allowed, and if you actually screened the speakers. I believe we've had a couple that don't live in the county that are speaking.
Oh, gosh.
And can you arrange for an actual community discussion? That never occurred. These are just questions. It would be great to have a discussion.
Okay. Okay, Leanne, thank you very much for your comments and your questions. And Ms. Swain's going to be responding at the end of our public input here to some of the questions that you have raised. We are going to take just a 3-minute break for our next appointment, excuse me, at 10 o'clock. And then we will resume following, we have a 10:30 appointment, and following that 10:30 appointment, then we'll open up to other speakers that haven't had a chance yet to speak. So I'll turn it back to Ms. Swain at this point. Any other comments you wanted to make, Craig?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Warren-Chuck, I wonder if you would also be able to provide those questions via email so we ensure that they are all captured.
Absolutely. Where should I be emailing them?
You can email them just to Ms. Williams, whose email you have from the registration for public input.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll just take a 3-minute break. We'll come back at 10:03 and we'll continue with our 10 o'clock appointment and 10:30 appointment. And again, as I indicated, following that, we'll open up to the rest of the speakers that wish to speak from public input. Thank you.
Can we have a time after your 10:30 appointment? Is it 10:45, 10?
I'm not sure how long that appointment will go. We've scheduled, I think, 20 minutes.
I believe that the appointment will likely resume public input, I would say by 11 a.m.
Thank you. There's no indication on the agenda length.
That's because we usually only limit public input to 10 minutes. And so we had 10 minutes. Councillor Kabasiak asked to extend the public input. And so that's what we did. And then since it's not a normal process for us to extend the public input beyond the 10 minutes, it's not on our agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. With that, at 10:05, we will open up with our appointment on the Hamlet Reinvestment Strategy update. So we'll take a break until 10:05. Thank you.
Can you see if
It is 10:05. If we could resume our meeting, get to item 5.2 on our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will move to item 5.2. So Krista Cannell, Manager of Community Sustainability, along with support from Barb Shackle-Hardman, Director of Agriculture Services, have joined us to introduce our guest this morning and provide an overview of the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mrs. Swain. This is Krista Cannell, Manager of Community Sustainability.
Excuse me, that microphone is quite faint. If you could turn it up, please.
Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
No worries. All right. So I'm here this morning to introduce our topic, which is an update on the Hamlet reinvestment strategy. And as well as introducing our topic, I will be introducing James Richardson, who is our consultant from MMP, who will be presenting most of the information this morning. So with that, we do have a presentation. I'm not sure if that will be shared live here.
I can share my screen if you want, Krista.
Lois or Barb, is there a protocol you guys have for that?
If he wishes to share his screen, he can, or I can as well. If he's prepared, he can go ahead.
Perfect. All right, James, that will work well.
There you go. We should have the slideshow.
Perfect. Thanks, James. So this morning we'll be providing an update on the Hamlet reinvestment strategy. In particular, we will be talking about our recent service area analysis and the initial findings, as well as next steps towards public engagement and drafting the final strategy. So, yes, as I mentioned, we'll have an update on our service area analysis, explore a little bit about what we're looking to do with public engagement and the approach we're looking to take in the next few months here, and then discuss any future analysis on our prioritized areas that we have produced from our initial analysis. So just if I could get next slide, please. Oh, I think so I think at this point, I was just going to refresh council on where we've been and the plan to go where we're going with the entire Hamlet reinvestment strategy project. So initially, we started with drafting an initial plan, looking at a baseline of Hamlet servicing that we have currently, as well as developing our initial communications, which included a public engagement strategy. We went out for a first round of public engagement last summer and did an initial phone survey for community champions in our Hamlet communities, and that included both residents as well as business owners in those areas. We also have had open a survey on our website and conducted an initial mail out to residents in the area of Hamlets, directing them to that website for more information about the project and as well as to provide any input. So as since then, we've established our baseline level of service standards that we currently provide to Hamlet communities, and went through a bit of an initial analysis to try to prioritize some of those areas for further investigation through public engagement. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Richardson, who will discuss more of what went into that initial analysis and what our outputs were.
Thanks, Krista. Thank you, Mayor and Council, just for the chance to provide this update. Like Krista said, I'll focus more on the methods and the approach, and that led us to the conclusions gathered at this point, and then feeding into next steps, and I'll turn it back to Krista at the end. So Krista mentioned a little bit about pulling the pieces together. So the 5 steps here of gathering the data. So looking at a lot of the past reports, it's not just about new data gathering. That was the new public engagement, or some of the interviews that we did was to augment what already exists for Parkland County and some of the past reports. Then what we wanted to do is make sure we developed a criteria that allows for an objective analysis of all of those components, because you don't have the ability nor the time to boil the ocean on everything that you could possibly do or might want to do. Is trying to get into an areas of focus. So then with that criteria, we assessed that data gathered, and with assigning some weights to it based on the interactions that we had with administration, and also understanding some of the impacts, i.e. there's a greater weight on a budget as opposed to a weight that might be on an internal view of a particular service quality, because we would have some better data on that. So then that led to building the scoring matrix. We'll show you that in a moment and walk you through it. And then from the scoring matrix, coming to this initial findings of where those areas of focus are. And those areas of focus, based on working through that kind of analysis, is what shows up. Seems to pass so far the gut test, but we'll have a look at that with you as well in case there's any remarks that you might have to that effect. And then the next round of public engagement will be serving to either validate or find out if there's other areas that Hamlet residents are really focused on. So I mentioned the criteria. So the criteria, there's a couple of pages of it. So we have visibility, satisfaction, and change. And what was important to us in the process is getting both a public view as well as the internal view. And they're a little bit different in each case. So on the public, for example, for visibility, it's initially on how often or in depth the residents spoke to that particular service area. They're more likely to speak about roads than they would be about planning and development or some of the engineering services that are more behind the scenes for them. And then internal interviews, we define the visibility as the level of importance or awareness that has amongst the Hamlet's resident as perceived by the county personnel. And some of those pieces would be, are you getting calls about it? Either praise or complaints. And then looking at, what is the frequency of some of those discussions with those. So it gives you a sense of what that visibility is. And to my knowledge, you have all of this in your package. So I'll just touch on things lightly rather than joining each slide here. So the satisfaction, a lot of linkage there to the initial responses and tone that we had from the first public engagement, plus what we're seeing in the surveys. Internally, really driving into, do we have complaints, or whether it's the complaints register or anecdotally, or the way it tends to go with that particular service area. Change, so this is a perceived urgency of a want and or need to make adjustments from a public perspective. Internally, it's about the level of change that's possible or suggested from the perspective of the county personnel. So trying to balance both of those things consistently between the public view and the internal view, just to get to some of that analysis. And then lastly here, when we have the budget, impact, service level ranking, and relevance to strategic plan, here we actually have some more quantitative measures. So in the budget, we consider low impact if it's somewhere between 0 and 2% impact on the overall budget. Medium if it's between 2 and 8. High if it's over 8% of total budget. Percentages are derived just by separating those budget items by department and dividing the individual department budget by the total department budget. So that's the sub areas. Then as far as impact goes, it's how much would life change from the resident perspective? So if there's a change in the service level of the particular one we're looking at, what would be that change and how would the residents see that? Would it impact their day-to-day life? And those with the day-to-day resident life impacts are scored the highest because they would have that kind of visibility to it and impact. Service level ranking converts the Feb 2019 service levels and objectives, the internal county assessment. And in that it was green, yellow, and red. So we just changed that into numbers being green is 1, yellow to 2, red to 3, and just to get it into the numerical piece that we did for the assessment. And then lastly, relevance to the strategic plan. So the relevance of the strategic plan, what we did is looking through all of the different priorities and finding out what we're talking about. So let's pick on roads. How many times and where does roads show up in the strategic plan? So, there's higher relevance given if you're seeing into, the medium 4 to 9 or 10 or more times where it shows up in different places in the strategic plan, and then diminishing down from there. So medium is 4 to 9, and then low if it's 0 to 3 times that it kind of gets referenced in the strat plan. Doesn't mean it's not important. It just means that that's how we assess that piece on the relevance to the strategic plan. Specifically, that's the 16 through 20 strat plan. So when you mix it all together, what does it look like? So we pulled all of these different pieces together around the beautification, connected communities, drainage, ECDEV, emergency services, engineering, rec, roads, solid waste, tourism, water and wastewater. And then you'll see that criteria that I talked about and just kind of walk through some of the definitions along the top. And there's a numerical value assigned to each one of them. Now, in behind this, because if you're doing your quick math, like I did when I was working with the team, like, hang on, if you go from left to right, that doesn't add up to 37. It's because there's weightings applied to that. And the weightings we worked through just kind of in the background, working with admin and exec to make sure that the right kind of numbers were in the right place. And then the test here will be when we get to the next slide, if it looks right when we get there. So what you see in the total score on the right-hand side is color-coded, red being the highest, and then green is when it's getting into the lower scores. And the purpose of this, when you look at it from those 6 or 7 different criteria, is assigning each one individually and then aggregating it to the whole. Where does that take us as far as where that those initial priorities would be or could be or should be? So if you resort, what's on the page here into the priority service areas for further analysis, and the further analysis, a big component of that is going to be with the next round of public engagement, and then also working through a little bit more details internally with the administration. ECDEV, roads, connected communities, rec and natural areas shows up under priority A. Priority B, if we just keep working from the highest score down to the lower scores from that analysis, would be tourism, beautification, emergency services, planning and land use. And there's a dotted line around that because, if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. So you have priority A, priority B, and then a group C, because we don't want to be seen as they're not important. They're just not the priority service areas for their analysis. And you see the list in there around engineering, drainage, solid waste, water, and wastewater, which to me is not that surprising because those are, for example, engineering, water and wastewater. If everything's going well, then there isn't much that the public sees on that. Solid waste is probably just, people are not concerned about it, so the service level is satisfactory. And drainage, well, you definitely have seasonal issues around that. For the most part, when you look across a year, not as prevalent for the hamlets themselves, looking at where they're looking for prioritization or additional service level changes to that from a reinvestment strategy perspective. Conversely, I don't imagine that it's surprising to see roads show up under priority A. And again, this isn't saying that that means that you should pave everything. No, it just means that's what we're hearing from the public, that if there's some reinvestment, would love to see that because it's highly visible service. The second you leave your house, you're touching a road. And then if you're touching the road and you see what condition it is or isn't in, whether it's wintertime with snow or summertime with the overall condition of the road surface, people see it, people notice it, and generally have something to say about it. Not a lot of calls that come in saying, wonderful road today. It's usually a bit on the other side saying, let me tell you about the problems with the road and what I think you should do about it. So most counties that I work for, when they say, what are the top 3 priorities in the county? It's roads, roads, roads. And then there's a few that follow after that. So with the priority service areas for further analysis, that's saying like when we run that assessment and kind of through that matrix, these are the ones that shake out to the top. So it seems reasonable to assume that when we do the next round of public engagement, that we'll get confirmation and a bit more unpacking around what some of the opportunities are there, or the public engagement might shift some of that and saying, and re-rank some of those. I don't anticipate that we'll have, A and B or anything coming from group C going into A and B, but maybe some reordering around A and B. But overall, it's the areas for opportunity. Dennis is going to be looking at the public interest combined with feasibility to look at what an overall strategy for reinvestment could look like. So from a public engagement perspective, let me talk about where we've been so far. Krista mentioned there at the beginning that, there's pieces that happened back in June, August, and then in the fall, there's the residents feedback survey on the website. And now there's some of a new or an updated post-Hamlet servicing information to the county website. So there's information going there. We'll be undertaking that broad phone survey with Hamlet residents and working through the questions that allow us to look at, those priority A and B groups. And then, not wanting to miss an opportunity when you have contact time or communication with the public, that county tax notices and social media to direct residents to the county website survey for information. Telephone survey, you can't call every single person. That doesn't give you a very cost-effective approach, but you don't want to miss the opportunity to gather input from those who may not be contacted by phone. So that's why you have the website survey and then the awareness notification saying, if you'd like to provide input and you weren't called, you have a chance to do so. And then in the fall, once you have the driving with the draft reinvestment strategy, allowed to do some of that ongoing public engagement for targeted initiatives. So we're going from what's possible to which things should we do, and if we're doing one of them, what does that look like, is the funneling approach that's happening. So I'll just touch on what the public engagement survey looks like. So to give you a heads up, council, what we'll be doing is talking to residents of Carvel, Duffield, Entwistle, Fallis, Gameford, Keep Hills, and Tomahawk. So those are the hamlets that are identified in the scope of work. So there'll be about 50 to 100 surveys. We have a partner called Trend Research. This is what they do. They do it very, very well. And they can do these things in 7 minutes or less and cover off a good number of questions, about 10 to 15 questions. And those questions are going to be framed to assess, okay, what is their understanding of county services? And then within that understanding, what is their level of satisfaction? And if they have any desired changes to county services, and really, making sure that that message is conveyed as, this is not, since you asked for it, you will get. This is consultation saying, in a perfect world, if there's a lower level of satisfaction, what is the kind of change that you'd like to see? Recognizing it may or may not be possible, but we want to gather that input in this round of public engagement. So the outcomes there is, being able to gauge the understanding of that current services. I anticipate that you'll have a range of understanding of what the services are and are not offered. In some cases, we have residents that believe more is offered than what it is. In other cases, they might not realize the level of service that is being provided to them, and how that could be actually a good thing. So it's communicating some of the key messages, the satisfaction, and then we want to explore some of those long-term objectives and the priority service areas. So that group A and B that I was talking about, and then finding out, does that withstand kind of the scrutiny as you work through that public engagement to, sit within those priority groups. And then, allow us to have a look at any servicing gaps, opportunities, or if there's duplications, inefficiencies. Duplications and inefficiencies will come from our internal work on the admin side, but on the opportunities for improvement will come from the public engagement. And then that's landing on the resident servicing priorities. So that's, a high-level view of what the public engagement survey is going to look like. And then where that takes us is going to be leading into the Hamlet Reinvestment Strategy Report. So it's a little bit further down the road after the April engagement. We'll be doing some of that financial and feasibility analysis. So it's all well and good if people want, increase of service level from here to there. But if the financial and feasibility says, okay, in order to do that, we need to double taxes. So is that what you want? Probably not. Maybe we change our mind on what the service level adjustment is or not around that. So public engagement to gather those opportunities, the deeper analysis on the financial and feasibility of doing any of those pieces, and then start working to put that into the reinvestment strategy report. You see in the bottom right there's that 2x2, in where you have high value and lower complexity than from a priority for implementation. That's a quick win. So, it could have high impact or good visibility to residents and, make a positive impact on seeing a level of reinvestment that was, related to what some of their hopes and aspirations were around the service level. That's a quick win. But if you have high complexity and not a lot of value, then, or the value could also be an inverse of the cost. So if it's really high cost, really high complexity, in order to do it, you'd have to make a big change on the revenue side, which is likely to hit the residential tax base. That is probably going to fall into the unlikely to pursue. So it's gathering those different opportunities and arranging it that way, so you can at least see what they were and kind of where they map out. And then, you'll have the service area analysis, the findings from the public engagement, and how that comes to the future strategies and processes that could contribute to reinvestment in the hamlets and provide that overall level of strategy. So that's kind of the approach and the methods. Krista, maybe I'll turn back to you if there's anything else that you want to add, or if there's a Q&A. I'm not sure if there's that from council, but I'll leave it to you to give you back the talking stick, Krista.
Sure. Thanks, James. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for the presentation. So I see we're running out of time here. So I just wanted to wrap up with say we are looking to do this public engagement throughout April, and then getting into May, working internally to start drafting that initial strategy. So those are our timelines moving forward. And with that, I would open it up to council for any questions they may have.
Okay, thank you very much, James and Krista, for that framework that you've put forward. I'm going to ask for a motion, first of all. Councillor Melnick, would you like to put forward the motion to accept this information?
I will put forward the motion that the Hamlet Reinvestment Strategy update be received for information as presented. If I may ask a comment, please, make a question.
Yes, go ahead, and then Mayor Chagas.
So in the survey of the hamlets, I know that Wabamun is not included in there, and I understand that this work would have been started prior to Wabamun actually devolving into Parkland County. But will they be added into our survey, or is that something that we can add just to ensure that we are, really looking at some of our larger hamlets? When I take a look at the hamlet of Carville, not saying it shouldn't be, we have 10, 12 people there, and we have a hamlet of Wabamun with about 500-600 people in there. So question about the hamlets now that we have change.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Melnick, and through the chairperson to yourself. I would say that our approach right now is to limit confusion for our new residents from Wabamun as much as possible. But I think I would defer to Mr. Cross just to answer that question about our transition of Wabamun residents and as a whole, looking at not just this project, but other parts of their transition as well.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Quinnell. Madam Chair, to you and through to Councillor Melnick. The focus of this work right now is to determine core services which would be applicable to all of our hamlets. Given that Wabamun is currently transitioning into Parkland County, we thought it best to keep the focus on existing hamlets right now. We'll certainly utilize the information we gather through the transitional work we're doing with Wabamun, and look to include them in the second round of this project when we get into specifics around each of the hamlets and what's special about them and what makes them more sustainable. And I know that will likely fit in nicely with work that we're looking to do on the economic development side around Wabamun, looking at those types of considerations as well. So we just want to try and sync up as best we can with all the different pieces that are moving around Wabamun right now. So hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Mayor Chagas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I had questions regarding whether we would be
examining Wildman as well. And recognizing that we are at 10:30, I'll just ask one question. What I'm looking for is an explanation or clarity on the priority areas that are identified, A, B, and C, and how those individual service levels came to be grouped under those respective categories. Because for me, I see some linkages that would result in different groupings. For example, roads in area 1, I believe, might be better suited with C, with other infrastructure like water, wastewater, and solid waste, and engineering perhaps more closely tied to economic development in A. Actually, I'll have a second question as well. I'm just wondering, under the overall scoring assessment under connected communities, is that looking strictly at broadband, or does it include things like, say, trails and proximity to public transit? Thank you.
Through Madam Chair and to the Mayor. Yes, so both good questions. In answer to your first question, so really the reasoning why roads seems to come out in priority A and some of those other hard infrastructure services are more so in priority B. A lot of that comes from input from the departments in terms of possibility for change, I guess you could say. So a lot of those hard infrastructure pieces, we are meeting, legal requirements or certain service levels that are required, and there isn't as much room for change. And so those priorities are really focused on what we should spend our time talking to the public about. Also based on our initial analysis with public input on what seemed to be big topics that they were concerned about and had a lot of input in. That is also what went into there. So not saying those aren't important pieces, and they definitely will interact with the other services, but more so less important to potentially discuss with the public is kind of what those priorities for, because realizing we only have about 7 minutes with each individual on the phone. So trying to limit the discussion there to things that would have more of an impact, I guess you could say. And in terms, sorry, the second question, could you remind me again?
Just regarding the overall scoring and connected communities, does that looking specifically and solely at broadband, or does it include things like trail networks, the connectivity between different communities within Parkland County, and proximity to, say, public transit, and that connectivity with other areas within the region? Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So that in particular category we had kept to more so internet and education pieces, but the parks and recreation would include those trails and those connections. So both were in those priority A. So both were picked out as areas that we did want to discuss with the public.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the motion to receive as information? Any opposed to that motion? Seeing none, that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Krista and Mr. Richardson. Thank you for the information you brought to Committee of the Whole today. Thank you. Ms. Swain, we move to our next item on our agenda, 5.3, the Conway Global Branding Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robert Fernandez, Director of Economic Diversification, has joined us to introduce our guest and provide an overview of this item. So I will pass it over to Mr. Fernandez. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Swain, and good morning, Madam Chair and members of Council. I would like to welcome Guillermo Mazier, Principal with Conway International, to provide a summary report of the work they have undertaken over the past 15 months with the Economic Diversification Department. Conway International was selected through a public procurement process in the fall of 2019 as part of the county's economic diversification priority in the context of the coal phase-out. The work was funded by provincial grants received specifically to aid the economic transition, investment attraction, and development in Parkland County away from coal. Guillermo will be available for questions at the conclusion of the presentation. Mr. Mazier?
Thanks, Robert. I appreciate it. If Laura or Madam Chair, if I'd have the opportunity to share my screen, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our legislative services group can ensure that occurs.
Okay. 1 moment to share my screen. I'll start my video as well. All right. So before I jump into the presentation, I want to thank the council for having me today. And the whole point of this is to help council understand the positive activities and actions taken by the Parkland County Economic Diversification Team that will help pave the way for future economic development success. As Robert mentioned, our firm, Conway Data Inc., is an international economic development consultancy working with cities, states, county, and country governments all over the world. I've had the pleasure of working and helping educate and teach over 15,000 economic development leaders and council members over the years. And one of the things that I will say before we get started on this project is that, and Robert doesn't know that I'm saying this, but it's been a true pleasure working in Parkland County, working with the economic development team. Their level of professionalism, their responsiveness, their ability to be agile and think out of the box, especially during the pandemic, has really accelerated our efforts. So I give them and I give you all a lot of credit. But with that, I'd like to start with a quick highlight video that'll get us kind of in the mood as to why we're here and what we're talking about. And this was one of the deliverables that we had to Parkland County from some of the work that we did. So let me make sure you can see this.
You may need to share again, Guillermo.
Oh.
We only have gallery view here.
Interesting. I apologize for that. Let me.
There you go.
Apologies. Let's try that again.
Since Parkland County's beginning, teamwork has been a common thread in how things get done. Originated in 1913, 4 townships came together to create the beginning of what we know today as Parkland County. With a landmass of over 2,400 square kilometers, Parkland County is host to approximately 16 municipalities and over 420 businesses that create billions of dollars in revenue. This emerging business destination is a quiet, rural community seated just outside of Edmonton's metropolitan area, offering opportunities for recreation, festivals, and a lot to explore. Canada's top-rated quality of life, coupled with Alberta's breathtaking views, affordable housing costs, and a warm, embracing culture, all make Parkland County a great place to live and work. But there's more to Parkland County than its charming quality of life. The county is growing, powerfully connected, and proactively shaping its economic future. The rise of remote work, a growing demand for more space and safety. Companies and talent are changing the way they think about where they live and work. With visionary leadership and a supportive community, Parkland County is where businesses, small and large, can thrive. Easy access to rail, highway, and air transportation makes this county globally connected. Within a 32-kilometer radius of Parkland, you will find 2 major intermodal rail facilities, a regional and international airport, as well as direct highway access. Thousands of kilometers of roads, rail lines, and airways connect Parkland's business community to local, national, and international destinations. increasing supply chain efficiency and bringing down operating costs. Both Canadian rail titans of industry, Canadian National (CN) and Canadian Pacific (CP), have a presence within the county. A CN main line runs directly through Parkland, providing many industrial sites with direct rail spurs, getting your goods where they need to be. Edmonton International is Canada's largest airport by land size and 5th largest by total passengers. Major Highway 43 runs directly through Parkland, serving as the primary route to the Greater North and Alaska, making this region a true gateway to the north. Highway 16 gives open access to the west coast ports of Prince Rupert and Vancouver via the connected rail and road system. These deep water ports allow Parkland to tap into economies around the world, most notably Asia, linking you to a world of opportunity. Atchison Industrial Park is the heart of enterprise in Parkland County. Spanning 7,000 acres of developed space, Atchison is home to a diverse array of companies, representing many industry sectors, from world-class manufacturing, transportation, and warehousing to advanced e-commerce and data centers. This enterprise ecosystem cultivates a collaborative and dynamic environment. This is just the beginning. Parkland is developing a new business park, Fifth Meridian. There are plenty of opportunities to explore. Fueling Parkland County's industry is a young, vibrant workforce, trained by prominent local institutions. NATE is the largest provider of apprenticeship training in all of Canada, and a world-leading source for skilled trades and manufacturing positions. The University of Alberta is a leading research university with concentrations in artificial intelligence, agriculture, environment, and life sciences. Industry is on the move. Companies and their employees are becoming more productive. Operations, connectivity, and business demands are becoming more complex. And this is what Parkland County is all about. As a partner to industry, Parkland County is driving business forward.
So I shared this opening video because it provides a lot of context for what I'm going to talk about and the activities that we've accomplished over the last 15 months with the economic diversification team. This video encapsulates a lot of the work that we've done, from the research element to the outreach element to the creative messaging element to the positioning of particular industries or assets, all in one place. And I show that as we open up the presentation to give you some context for what I'm going to be showing you right now. I'm gonna try to keep this pretty high level, but there will be time for questions. The summation of our program resulted in the development of a narrative, creating or enhancing the materials, and elevating the brand or creating awareness about Parkland County as a particular market. So we're going to go through on a high level each of these elements so that you can see them, but ultimately the goal is to show you some of these performance indicators, which were 4 specific reports generated, 1 investment narrative, 1 sheets, 6 videos completed, 1 familiarization tour turned virtual, 5 new tools added to the website, 19.5 million impressions through our digital program, 72 marketing qualified leads generated, 14 articles placed, and 1 investment profile developed. And when we look at the work that we've done, as I said before, it's laying the foundation or the groundwork for future economic activity and economic growth. So what are some of the highlights? We talked about the analysis. We've shown and talked about the site selector survey. Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Do you want to share your slides as well? Because we're still looking at the empty.
Oh, that is odd. It says I'm sharing it right now. Give me 1 minute. Let me try it again. How about now? Can you guys see this?
Yes, that's fine. Carry on.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So here's kind of an overview of the content that we'll look at, from the analysis to the videography or photography, all the way through to the final report with monthly breakdowns. For the first part of the work, it was developing the investment narrative, the story that we were going to tell to and for businesses about Parkland County, which included opportunity profiles, reverse site selection analysis, an FDI analysis, competitive analysis that led into research that we did with location advisors, getting a better understanding of the business environment in Parkland County, or their perception of it. So you can see that information here. All of this led into a larger investment narrative that utilized advisory work as well as perception research to talk about the three things that we think make Parkland County a unique business destination, and highlighted pillars that we talk about in everything that we do and everything that we've created from a marketing perspective. This resulted in an overall plan for the year. So when we got started, we put together a plan talking about the audiences that we wanted to target, the geographies, the industries that we needed to focus on, the timeline of our activities, the types of activities that we were going to be focusing on, and how those activities needed to pivot in a COVID world. So we put together the marketing strategy, and then we executed the marketing strategy, which included developing new materials like one sheets for data centers, logistics, agribusiness, and you can see some of those here. These are just some examples for agriculture, for logistics, a general one sheet. And then part of our work was to take that messaging, to take those key pillars in the investment narrative and apply it to videography. So we worked with a local company, Cineflare, to help create the videos that you've seen and more, which I think have been very well received from our audiences, or from our targets, including location advisors. We hired a local photographer to help us through acquiring some more photography that we could use that would help tell a more robust business story, which has been great. And you can see some of the images there. As we mentioned before, we provided some tools and additional tools to enhance the user experience on the county website, teaming with local intel to develop 5 unique tools that showcase things like available workforce, industry advantages, sector advantages, and economic advantages. So you can see some of the screenshots here, and you can also see them within the Parkland County website. We worked through an SEO audit, so helping the website become more searchable and findable, providing recommendations for a sitemap and backlinks. And that took us into developing the campaign activities that were going to generate more awareness for Parkland County as a business brand, which included digital marketing, and you can see some of the related metrics here. I think it was pretty impressive to generate almost 20 million impressions, getting in front of 20 million users, and engaging with almost 227,000 of them, which is above the industry average from what we've seen, and some great metrics. These digital campaigns were very focused on particular sectors. So we had a campaign for data centers, we had a campaign for agribusiness, we had a general business campaign, and we had a logistics campaign. So every campaign that we did was trying to find a corporate executive, or targeting a corporate executive in the data center industry, and driving them towards a specific landing page with a specific call to action, ultimately generating brand awareness for this particular industry. So here's an example of how you can see it all the way through. The landing page that was created, to getting a better understanding of the demographics. And here you can see Here you can see some of the sample ads that would show up in the first search result of Google, where we were targeting these corporate executives in the data center industry within Google's search network and also within Google's display network. So I don't know if any of you have seen any of these ads, maybe following you around the internet, but these are some of the display messages and ads that we had put up to generate that brand awareness that we had talked about earlier. We also did the same type of campaign across each different industry, not only on Google, but on LinkedIn as well, where we have and have found the highest concentration of location advisors, getting our message in front of them at the right time. And we combine this with our outreach program by where we would connect with 220 or 2,200 corporate executives that are directly connected with with Robert Fernandez and the Economic Diversification Department, and have also resulted in 72 marketing qualified leads, meaning somebody that is within our targeted industry that has been willing to give us their email address and learn more about investment opportunities in Parkland County, which we believe to be a great success. In addition to driving this to the other elements that we talked about that drive brand performance, we continue to support public relations efforts, talking about unique visitors per month and estimated editorial value, which is the value that our public relations efforts would have cost if those were in the form, if the placements, the organically generated placements were in the form of an advertisement. You can see some of the reach that we've generated and delivered. And here's some of here's an example of the placement. So you can see in IT World Canada, our feature. You can see some of the things that we've done in the broader report, a lot of the other placements. But one of the highlights for me was this Site Selector Lunch and Learn, or a virtual familiarization tour, with the ability to get in front of 14 key consultants or location influencers who are advising companies as to where to locate future operations. We normally would have done this in person or arranged it in person, but given the circumstances of the pandemic, we did it virtually, and I think it was a great success. And here are some of the folks that were on our panel to showcase Parkland. And here are some of the folks that were on our panel learning more about investment opportunities in Parkland County, which we thought was a pretty significant turnout. Generally, we get 2 to 3 for a lot of clients. We get 2 to 3 participants in this. For this one, we're not sure if it was a result of COVID or as a result of reaching out to the folks that were already engaged on the Parkland County survey, but we got more than we expected, and the feedback was positive about the location and about potential opportunities. So some examples of the lunch and learn, where we had Robert broadcasting from a studio and the other participants broadcasting from their office locations. And then here's an example of the investment profile. You can read the full profile and the link in the presentation, but it was called A Good Chunk of Change, where we featured some of the elements that we had put together in the investment narrative, some of the companies that we have talked to, and I think a great piece was written in Site Selection Magazine. So this is something, if you hadn't had a chance to read it, I would suggest reading the story. It was very well received. But in order to talk about, that's a high level snapshot of what we've accomplished. In order to talk about what's next, I thought it would be important for me to kind of give you guys 4 bullet points or so on some contextual drivers for future economic development and marketing decisions that you might need to make. Some of these trends that are shaping foreign direct investment and overall company investment. You saw some of this narrative play out in the video, but the remote work reset, the rise in remote work is changing how companies make location decisions, and that's going to impact Parkland in some shape or form, depending on depending on the types of industry that that are looking to make investment. It's already been, we've already seen a lot of this impact other parts of Canada, and it's only a matter of time before it impacts, if it hasn't already, many of the companies in Parkland County. Another trend is skill shortages. While we've had skills shortages in the past, the pandemic has really just accentuated a lot of these skill shortages, and as a result has accelerated the digital transformation and anything related to Industry 4.0, which, as you know, Parkland County, I believe, is taking some big strides in working towards. And then another trend is the value chains are shifting, whether it's container gridlocks or the ability to move a good or service through a particular market on a particular timeline with a particular price or transportation cost in mind. The value chain shifts and their implications are significant for economic development organizations. And then the last trend is virtual communication. Working from home, using remote tools, leveraging tools like Zoom, or figuring out ways to get in front of prospects without the ability to travel is a big thing that we're seeing shift a lot of economic development organizations. So with that in mind, we made some recommendations for council as to some things to consider for future investment, whether it's through us or through another company or through additional staff. Some things that you might consider to build on that connect with the trends, that connect with our narrative. And that includes studying the supply chain, taking a closer look at how the supply chain is impacted in Parkland County, how companies might be looking to regionalize existing pieces of their supply chain. Targeting inland ports or multimodal facilities could be a promising strategy, but we do think a deeper study of the supply chain to help identify companies who could benefit from their assets would be valuable. We also think that you should press on with public relations and digital. The pandemic showed us that digital can be very effective and public relations can be very effective in shaping the message that you want to put out, because if you're not shaping your community's business message, then somebody else is. And so we think that there's an opportunity to stay proactive with your public relations and digital efforts. To continue on with the content creation, we created short videos with CEOs that we interviewed that could be used for YouTube advertising or for advertising in other places. But the more content that you can create that's business friendly, the more exposure that you will get, and the more you'll have the opportunity to shape your business story. So we think you can build on a lot of assets that were created. And then the other piece is consider building a standalone economic development website. Right now, the economic development portion of the website lives within the county's, the broader county website. And we think that to further differentiate the economic development assets and to prove that the user journey or the investor journey, the investor experience, we think it would be beneficial to create a standalone economic development website to shape that message and deliver that message online. So with that, that's all I have, Robert. If there's anything I missed, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll turn it over for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Guillermo. And back to the chair, if there are any comments or questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that fascinating amount of work and the involvement and all the progress that's been made and your work with our Parkland County staff is much appreciated, Ms. Messer. Thank you. I'm going to ask, first of all, for a motion. I'm going to ask Mayor if he'd like to put a motion forward with regard to the global branding report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll put the motion forward that the Conway Global Branding and Marketing Strategy final report be received for information as presented.
Okay, thank you. That motion's on the floor. Mr. Mayor, did you have a comment you'd like to add?
Sure, I do have a couple of comments and questions. And Glamour, you talked about foreign direct investment and some of the opportunities, and certainly you've identified some of the marketing efforts that have been undertaken. But you touched on some of the site selectors, and they're largely have been from the U.S. And so there are geopolitical factors that come into play as well. So we've got a Biden administration here that is really pushing a Buy America agenda, and time will tell what sort of fiscal and monetary policies they bring in. So that potentially can make it extremely difficult for Parkland County to attract that FDI. And I would suggest that perhaps a shift in strategy, looking at some of the overseas investments. And so I guess one of the questions or comments I have from you is, given your expertise and knowledge, Parkland County did give notice to Edmonton Global to sever our relationship with that organization. And that's a regional economic development entity that is out there marketing and branding the region. Some of the suggestions that you put forward and options is hiring additional staff, developing our own website. And you did also allude in the report, it does talk about regionalism, and that Parkland County is a very small player, and it's challenging for us to get our message out. So I guess the question I have, a little bit long-winded here though, what sort of budgetary considerations would we need to keep this going? How effective can we be? And would we be, adversely impacted and seen as not being collaborative partners in the region as we move forward? Because there are a lot of services that Edmonton Global does provide. You talked about doing some of that market assessment and the studies. That is all being done by Edmonton Global now. For us to do that, we're looking at hiring additional staff. So if you could just comment on those. Thank you.
Yeah, those are all great questions. And Mayor, those are also very common challenges within communities where counties essentially that are part of a larger region. You can't ignore that you're part of a larger region or part of the Edmonton region, but to a certain degree, you also can't always let somebody else tell your story, I guess is the way that I would phrase it or position it. So the way to work collaboratively with an organization like that is to get an understanding of the things that they're going to do from a marketing perspective or from a business development perspective, and invest potentially in the gaps or in the areas that there's a greater strategic advantage for the county in, the areas or the industries and potentially geographies. I would say that I think they're, with kind of the geopolitics of at least what's happening in the US right now, there's a lot of questions going on about how that's going to impact foreign direct investment into Canada. We feel we've had some conversations with some of the folks at the national level, and we're optimistic that a lot of that foreign investment will come not just from the US, but from places like Asia. We're seeing larger opportunities from and places in Europe. And they're also industry specific. So anything in the e-commerce space or in the clean energy space continues to ramp up. So as we plan for, or as my recommendations, how you budget for it would be to budget for the plan. I think that's one of the things that was a bright spot in this program, was the planning process, given what was happening. And then once the plan was done, this is where a lot of the communities stop, and where the economic diversification team pushed forward was on the execution. You plan to execute, you don't plan to review. And I think that's what you guys did well. And if I was to suggest something, it would be engage in what that next year's plan would be, or invest in what that next year's plan would be. And then execute against that plan, which would likely include considerations for certain industries and how to evolve other geographies and markets, as you've mentioned, and how to fill the gaps within what the regional organization is or isn't doing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mazur. We have a motion on the floor. I'm going to ask Councillor Hollins, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McNabb, any questions?
I have no questions. Thanks very much for the presentation. It was quite thorough.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Mazur. I'm sure I butchered your last name.
That's okay.
I agree wholeheartedly with your response into the last question. It is about how we want to make sure that we are leading our own charge and we are active and participating and where it makes sense, but we take charge of our own destination. That's the only way that it's going to go forward in order to put Parkland County on that map and keep it on that map. Thanks a lot.
Okay, with that, thank you. I'd just like to thank Mr. Mazur and Mr. Fernandez for the report. Parkland County has worked quite diligently to make sure that we're not dependent on government grants, which are diminishing, and that we in fact are charting our own course and that we have economic diversification in place because of the loss of coal revenue, and we're growing our business parks. We've been successful in Atchison and we're looking to the future to other opportunities. So appreciate the update in the report today, and thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor from the mayor to accept as information. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, I'll move that motion approved. Thank you. With
Thank you.
Council did agree that we would go back to finishing up the list of speakers on public input, and I will turn that back to Ms. Swain to introduce who is on the speakers list. And again, I ask if a previous speaker has made comments that you support, that you just make that statement so we can move through the list. Thank you.
And Councillor Kabasiak, I just asked that we take a couple minute break just so we can ensure that everybody is back in the room and settled. So if you are in agreement, could we reconvene around 11:11?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask Ms. Williams if we're able to reconvene.
Thanks, Ms. Swain. Yes, you may.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And I see my video has been disabled, so I'm not sure if I'm able to turn it on. It may just be something that, oh, working now.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay, welcome back. We would like to continue with the list of speakers that we have for our public input. Council has agreed that we would allow the opportunity. It's usually a 10-minute session, but we were sort of halfway through the presenters. And again, I ask if you have a presentation, 3-minute limit. If the person before you has said what you agree with, if you could just make that statement, then that would give everyone a chance to make their comments.
When you come up.
Wayne, the next person on our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to note that we did have a couple questions during the last public input about non-residents from Parkland County engaging in public input. And I'd just like to note that our public input is not limited to just Parkland County residents. So I will open it up to Ilian Estabilo. Okay, and I'll just continue to move down the list if we do not have those people present. So I have Anna Marie Schuler. Okay, Patricia Gillum. And I believe Rochelle Shamzuk is next, but I believe she was not going to speak up public input. Next up, we have Philip Elder.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Elder. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Mayor, councillors, my fellow citizens. We live just a short distance away. We're not quite in the county. However, I sent a document to Ms. Williams, as well as the water folks. So everything I have to say in detail is contained in that document. So please, Ms. Williams, if you could pass that along to the councillors, to Mr. Mayor, and anyone who's interested. I am going to augment a little bit on what Brandy said. We fully support the Spirituality Center. I've been around, I helped with IT before the Carmelites took over since about 2000. So been actively involved in the area. And what I would like to draw attention to is something very important. Those folks who live in the area need to let us know how much their gallons per minute that their wells draw, the gallons per day estimation that they use. In my estimation, we're on a cistern system. The folks that built our place decided not to put a well into the standpipe. That we do have a well, sorry, but they decided not to put a pump in. And our water folks, Aquafresh out of Stony Plain, indicate that the average family of 4 uses 3,000 imperial gallons in about 2 weeks. That works out to 214 gallons per day. So if you take the subdivision that's just on the southwest corner of Sour Lake, which is just northwest of the Mount Carmel Spirituality Center, there's 24 homes in that area. Assuming they're all on pumps, they use 35% more water per day. Now, I'm going to guesstimate that most folks who run wells don't pay attention to the water consumption. And for those folks who are on city municipal water, I suggest taking a look at the last 3 months worth of water bills and converting that cubic meters to gallons imperial. Plenty of calculations online for that. And as far as the construction goes, there is a very eco-conscious construction. The water table is actually going to be in a better case or a better position post-construction than the current facility, which was a large septic field with no gray water capture at all. So final point is Chikaku is just down the road. We spent a lot of time there. We've been doing that since we've been out for about 10 years. The amount of trash and dog feces and other such items of note contribute significantly to the detriment of the water table of the region. than I would say the folks do at Mount Carmel Spirituality Center, which I can probably attest to as far as conservative rallies and such things, that the place is always cleaner when the folks leave than when they came. And then that is the case with Mount Carmel. It's always been well kept, well taken care of. So
Elder,
we
if I could
highly support the center and the construction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elder. Ms. Swain, our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next on the list is Mr. Tom Hughes.
Mr. Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity. Just a note, just want to relax here a little bit. Just a note on that. I've been out in the area for probably 22 years in the local area. And I was just wondering, like, with the abuse and the amount of use that went on with just the lockdowns of the COVID-19 last year, and the county shut down the Chicago area. I'm just wondering if these number of people that are going to be here may lead to the same outcome. I also, and that was a question I had. There was a summary of groundwater conditions in the Sturgeon River Basin done back in 2017, so less than 2 years prior to this development being approved, that Chicago was a headwater lake and that their water levels go down twice as fast as the other lakes within the region: Spring Lake, Hassey Lake, Jackfish Lake, all those other major lakes.
They're all connected.
And they're all connected on the same hydrogeological system. I wanted to refer to a CTV article that was printed 5 days ago. That this is that Alberta, they quoted Alberta Environment Parks, says that an upcoming technical assessment for groundwater will examine if the area is environmentally sensitive. So that kind of counters, so why is this being done after a county approval? There was obviously a number of approvals that were cleared by the county already relative to the development. That would be gas, electrical, roads, lighting, all those issues. So there's obviously the county's been aware of the development ongoing process. I'm not questioning that. It says in the Parkland approval development permit, the applicant shall preserve all existing standing trees and shrubbery outside development area for environmental and sound attenuation purposes. So I was just wondering if that was included, if the area where they moved all that sand up to the top of the hill, the very highest point, and now it took over that whole west phase, and it looks like basically the size of a football field or whatever up top there. I don't know if that's for future phase development or what that's going to be used for. Yeah, I went over the drawings, the architectural drawings last night, and it seems like, it was weird on the architectural drawings that on page 12, their basic bottom elevation, which is actually, according to the architectural drawings, not the construction drawings, start at the top of the retaining wall at the entrance of the site. According to the drawings, they start at the top of the retaining wall, not at the road level.
And Mr. Hughes, I'd just like to give you your 30-second warning.
Okay. Thanks. And then so that would then turn the development structure into close to a 7-story structure as compared to only a 6. It will go from 60 to maybe 75 feet, I'm guessing, approximately. And of course, that would include a 3-story hotel type housing development structure. Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm that this is the minutes are being obviously recorded for future reference. I wasn't sure if that was to myself, I didn't know. Also, the one study that was proven for the water use was taken in the highest precipitation month back in July 2020. But again, that previous report was showing from the 90s forward, the last 30 years, it's been declining. Chicago as a headwater lake is declining at twice the speed of the other lakes.
Mr. Hughes, if you could wrap up, please.
Okay, there was one other point I was going to make that, yeah, another thing on that. Well, I went onto Carmelite's website, and they're obviously applying for 4,600 gallons of water per day use. So that's what their estimate is for their use. Otherwise, they wouldn't apply for any less. So that turns out to about 250 gallons per person, which is a basic regulatory amount for a person in this, for 100 people, that would work out to amount. So that's based on absolutely full capacity every day. And according to their website, future calendar, they are having masses daily. So, you know, they're preparing to use that amount, or they wouldn't apply for that amount.
Okay, Mr. Hughes, I think we've got your point about the water.
Okay.
Summary, did you want to just make one summary statement? We'll move on to the next speaker.
Well, it seems there's a couple council members who have sort of made public notice that they weren't in agreement and they realized there's been a mistake. So for that for wondering about that accountability and how they're, you know, want a concerted effort, obviously from the council to represent us towards the Alberta government. Like, are we on the same page? Like, we want to work together with the council.
Okay.
Here. Right.
Appreciate that comment. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Ms. Swain, our next speaker, thank you.
How'd I do?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next speaker is Chantel Ortmeyer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see Chantel, so I'll move to the next person, which is Phyllis Pollock.
I saw Phyllis's name come on the screen a few times. Maybe just make sure you're unmuted, Ms. Pollock.
Yeah, Ms. Pollock, I do see you're attending the meeting, so I'll just give you a minute to unmute if you are looking to speak. Okay, Ms. Pollock's, oh, Phyllis, I see your video is on, but I can't hear you. So maybe we'll move on to the next person until Ms. Pollock can get her audio sorted out. So I will move to Arlene Garcia, if Arlene Garcia is here to speak. Okay, I don't see Arlene. Dan Mackel.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. Ms. Swain, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of council, thank you very much for taking my call. First off, I thought I'd mention that I do live in the immediate area around the Mount Carmel Center. I think there are many misconceptions anyway about this center, and some of which we actually heard about this morning. So there's mention of no greater impact on the environment, and also that if we were simply updating or replacing facilities, that it may be a bit of a different story. And so in fact, the largest misconception right now, I think, is related, whether it's related to the environment, traffic, water, or whatever else. I think it's in fact that the center isn't increasing capacity and that it's mostly just replacing old facilities. That with the cabins that have been in place for decades, and they have the same capacity already. And although the cabins don't have plumbing right now, the people are using common facilities. And so once the new chapel is built, these cabins are being removed. And so the square footage may not be 100% equivalent, but the capacity itself won't change. And so the impact will not be greater. So we've got to keep in mind as well that this place isn't designed as a residence, as it once was, or better yet, a convention center, as our local media printed it this past weekend. So 15 years ago, there were upwards of 20 people that actually lived there full time. And so this isn't the case anymore, and this new facility isn't designed for this. It's designed as a church with some rooms for the times that some people would come over for a short retreat, mostly on weekends. And now there is daily mass, but this is mostly just, people coming in for a quick half hour, 45 minutes, and they're gone again. So now these people aren't, people are washing their quads, pressure washing their vehicles, watering their gardens, or taking long showers. Ultimately, these people are coming for some peace and quiet, and that's really it. So all of this will actually make this area a much quieter and environmentally friendly area than even the walking trails that are just down the road that are seeing, thousands of people a week. And so I just wanted to put this out there to inform people of the little change that this will actually make other than the new building itself. And for all these reasons, as a local resident especially, I have no concern whatsoever that I'll see increased traffic, less wildlife, reduced water, anything like that. And I fully support the development of this very, very much needed chapel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Ms. Swain, our next speaker.
Yeah, I believe Ms. Pollock is unmuted. So Ms. Pollock, I'll turn it over to you if you're able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You hear? Okay, good. Good morning. I agree to leave the center open, and I've used it since we've lived in the area. I live on the border of Parkland and Lac St. Anne, and I've lived there for 42 years. I took my children to Ifata House when they were small. I'd just like to say something about Father Mario, and that is, no matter what is needed, I'm sure he'd be fully cooperative with whatever needs to be done. And I just also like to add that it's someplace that you can go for counseling, to talk to them. My daughter now lives in Australia, and she is talking with Father Mario about things that are concerned to her. She's a teacher, Catholic school teacher in Australia. And I just hope you keep it open. We really need it all over Alberta. We need it, and lots of people come from Calgary that I know of. And so yes, that's all I like to say. I'm sure he'll work with you, and please keep it open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pollock. Our next speaker, Ms. Swain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next speaker is Gerard Deverden. Okay, I don't believe Gerard is on the line, so I'll just keep moving down the list. Next speaker we have is Ronaldo Zabala. Okay, next speaker is Jacida Zabala. Judith Buffard. Mylene Albers. Louise Gunderson.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Louise.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Louise and I live here in Stony Plain, and I'll be brief because actually Dan Mackel pretty much summed up what I was going to sort of speak to. But we do use the retreat center in Mount Carmel, and I am in full support of the just the update that they're pretty much making, because the structure that is there has been there for years and years. My husband and I attended a marriage retreat out there probably about 6 years ago. And, at that time, there was no running water or anything in the little cabin that we stayed in. I remember well because I was about 8 months pregnant. And so they're just doing an update to the structures that are already there. And I know earlier, Ed Fisher had kind of commented that, due to the size of the new construction, that he seemed to think that the chapel was going to hold so many more people, but in fact it won't. The current chapel holds 318 people with 170 overflow. The new chapel, from what I found on the website, will hold 220 people with an overflow of 185. And then also a side chapel that will seat 25. So part of the larger structure, of course, is going to be not a housing unit, but yeah, just places, rooms for people to stay in when they come for the weekend. So yeah, I mean, other than that, yeah, Dan pretty much said everything that I was going to say. I fully support this. I think it's a wonderful place for the community. I think it's a great place that everyone could be welcomed at. And, you know, in the world today with the increase of mental health issues and things like that, it's a really needed place. And I think a lot of people, especially the people in the area, could really benefit from this place who would welcome everyone.
Okay.
So thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, Louise. Ms. Swain, our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our next speaker is Janet Hare. Okay, I don't hear Janet on the line, so I'll move on to Wendy Timer. Nope. And then I believe the last one that we had on our speakers list is Suzanne Greenhouse-Weiss. Greenhow-Weiss.
Yeah, Suzanne Greenhow-Weiss, thank you very much. I'll be short and maybe not so sweet. The mayor has already admitted that inadequate consideration was given to the granting of a development permit for the Carmelite construction. Let's call a spade a spade. This is an egregious dereliction of duty that has enabled the creation of this development to be built in an ecologically sensitive environment. So I'm a resident, I overlook East Lake, which is the easternmost lake of the system, and I have a well. I do know my consumption of the well per day. It's between 175 to 178 gallons a day. So exactly what consideration did the council give to the anticipated benefits for the taxpayers of Parkland County, Chickatroo Lakes area? Presumably there should be one. There are none. There are no financial benefits to Parkland County, particularly to Stony Plain from people staying at this facility. This institution will be ordering in bulk from companies such as Cisco and GFS, driving large trucks down unsurfaced roads that have no weight limit signs. This will incur additional wear, tear, and maintenance on roads that will have to be asphalted, cleaned, snow cleared, and policed, and withstand an immense increase in vehicular traffic 7 days a week throughout the year, all being paid for by the taxpayer. The diversion of such excessive amount of water from an aquifer already under severe threat will cause untold damage, not just to natural flora and fauna, but also to the homeowners of existing wells that draw their water from this shared aquifer. The Carmelites will be at liberty at any time to continue to deplete the aquifer because they're asking for a diversion, not just a withdrawal, as they wish, because they will not be monitored or constrained to use only the amounts for which they have applied to divert. Have they applied for a lodging permit? I understand the lodging is taxable. Will you be following that up? With such a reduction in water access, these homeowners will face extra expense, having to purchase and site water systems on their property and pay each time they require filling. Shall I just send you the bill for these installations and refills in perpetuity because you omitted to do your due diligence before allowing this oversized development to exist? Why is this extra financial burden being placed on tax-paying homeowners when this development is being allowed to extract an unconscionable amount of water free?
Suzanne, sorry to interrupt, but you have a 30-second warning.
I'm just finishing. Thank you. At what point did it not occur to council that this size of property needed to be on city water? Why are you increasing the tax burden on these homeowners in return for zero benefits? I would also ask you all to please add your names to the appeal to not support or allow the application to divert this huge amount of water for the sole use of one commercial establishment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I am on the list as a speaker.
Oh, sorry. Who's speaking right now?
Deborah Bloomer.
Oh, Deborah, yes. I was just confirmed from our legislative services clerk that you've been added to the list. So Deborah, I will invite you up to speak now.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Thank you. I can't seem to start my video. Is anyone able to put me on, or must I just be invisible and just use my voice?
You need to turn your own audio on.
There we are. Thank you. Thank you. CAO Swain, Council, Madam Chairperson. The Municipal Government Act, Section 60, page 62, subject to any other enactment, a municipality has the direction, control, and management of the bodies of water within the municipality, including the airspace above and the ground below. You can protect the water. There is a reliable knowledge base of Parkland County studies applicable to support our concern to protect our water, habitat, and wildlife corridor. Here are 3 studies. Please share them and learn. Number 1, Parkland County State of the Environment Report 2012, Chikaku Recreation Area. Council, please read this. The report states Parkland County water levels are lowering and Parkland County needs water protection. Number 2, Parkland County Environmental Conservation Master Plan. Mr. Hughes briefly referenced this. Page 136, Chikaku Lake Complex is a highly environmentally sensitive area. The study of a system of interrelated lakes, Hubble, Isle, Jackfish, Mayatan, Johnny's Lake, and it includes Cleany Creek. Particularly of note, high sensitivity regarding groundwater areas of sensitive soils. Carmelite development has experience with sandy landslides after clear cutting and enormous land reshaping and a retaining wall, precarious looking to a driver on the road below. Number 3, summary of groundwater conditions in the Sturgeon River Basin, a study requested by NSWA. It explains the relationship of groundwater and surface water interactions. This is a scientific study with facts. This report provides insight into the corresponding relationship between lowering surface water levels and groundwater levels and lake level changes from a base study in 1996 and again 2017 and 18.
And Ms. Bloomer, I'll just give you your 30-second warning. Thank you.
Right in the beginning of the Carmelite development, Chikaku Lake is the headwater and it is the canary in the coal mine. It is at the highest elevation. Due to the permeability of the sediments surrounding the lake, the groundwater plays a critical low in the lake water balance. The waters in this system have retreated and water levels are lowering. In ending, council, municipality, support and join the Water Division appeal. Support what we have been told by EPRAC to appeal is the only possible change of course to mitigate this tragedy. The development has a water line to draw from and is the choice with the least impact. The water diversion application is not a first choice. Support the appeal. It's a terrible mistake. And I would request a written response covering all points made in my 3 minutes, April 14th, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Wayne, did you have any other person wanting?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I will just note that we've reached the conclusion of our list that we had registered for public input. As advised by our Legislative Services Manager, I just want to make sure that everybody who is on the line for public input today has stated their case. So if anybody has not spoken yet who was signed in to speak, please let me know.
This is Milan Albers. My phone cut out when my turn came up to speak.
Okay, I will, Ms. Albers, I will pass it over to you to speak as you were on the list.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. I'm a resident of Spruce Grove and I'm representing myself and my family, both immediate and extended. I have 2 comments and 1 question today. When I initially heard about the concerns of Parkland residents about the water permit for Mount Carmel, I was glad to see they were speaking out about their concerns and would get a chance to voice them. I wasn't planning on getting involved as the usual process for permit approval had been followed up to date by Mount Carmel. However, the posts I saw on the Chikaku Water Protection Facebook group in the last week have gravely alarmed me and I couldn't stand idle anymore. The call to the group for vandalism and harassment of Mount Carmel by certain people are a blatant assault on our religious freedoms. When will this be addressed? I grew up going to Mount Carmel regularly, back when it was still a Fata house, for religious services and presentations. I can attest that 25 years later, the traffic at the center is the same today, maybe even less than it was in the 90s. An updated building does not equal an automatic increase in traffic, especially since the vision and mission statement of the center remains unchanged. It's a center for retreats, whether personal or small groups, and for daily, including regular Sunday services. Please take note that Catholic religious services or masses on the weekdays are usually 30 minutes and 1 hour on Sundays. Once the service is over, most attendees leave without draining the well of water. I'd like to state on record that myself and my family, immediate and extended, fully support this project. My last point to reply to those community members insinuating that non-county members should not be allowed to speak on this issue. Actually, they have a very vested interest in this public use area. The parks and surrounding areas are not just for residents, but for public use also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Swain. Was there anyone else that you see wanting to speak that was on the list?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not believe there is anybody else who has not spoken yet on the list, but I will just give them a moment if there was anybody like Ms. Albers who was not able to phone in.
If there's no one, some closing comments that you wanted to answer in response to process to follow up. And, you know, I've been asked for this being referred back to another committee so that administration could look at all the comments, council could consider all the comments, and that we could have a response back through another meeting in the future. And I'm certainly prepared to do that.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the process will be that we have Nancy Domijan, who's our Director of Planning and Development, and Rob McGowan, who is our General Manager of Operations Services. They're both on the line, and they will be providing a verbal update, answering some of the questions that were posed today, as well as providing some background on the project. Following this, I believe you had signaled your intention to put forward a motion to ask for more information to be provided at the meeting next week. So Councillor Kabasiak, with your permission, I will move to Nancy Domijan and Rob McGowan to provide the update. I'm not sure if we need to close public input or if it's just closed. Okay. And so I will pass it over to Mr. McGowan and Ms. Domijan to provide a verbal update on this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Swain. As mentioned, we have Nancy Domijan, the Director of Planning and Development, to provide. Here, let me turn on my video here. Just 1 second. There we go. So thank you. And Nancy will be providing an overview of the facts pertaining to the Carmelite development. We have received, and there have been some very good comments that have come forward. And there have been some comments that are based on misinformation, and we would like to provide some clarity and provide the facts about this development and its approval. Also, we will be providing further information next week at next Tuesday's council meeting to answer any questions that have not been answered here today and that have been brought forward up until that time. I think it's definitely worth mentioning that we are scheduled for a land use bylaw review where we'll be reviewing and proposing amendments to council for their consideration. I think we can say that the concerns raised with the Carmelite development illustrate that the current communication process was flawed and that appropriate communication and consideration for the area residents did not happen because we are where we are at currently. So with that, we're attempting to provide as much information and clarification about the development, and also want a message that the land use bylaw review and amendments will propose in the future those improvements so that this type of situation does not occur in the future and that we do have an improved process. So with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Domijan, the Director of Planning and Development, for her presentation. So Ms. Domijan, please.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. Good morning, members of council, members of administration, and members of the public. My name is Nancy Domajan, and as indicated, I am the Director of Planning and Development with Parkland County. I would like to start by thanking the residents for coming forward today during public input to share their concerns and questions regarding the Canadian Carmelite Charitable Society development. As indicated, administration will be coming forward to council on April 13th, which is next Tuesday, I believe, with a more detailed presentation. However, at this time, I would like to share some information that may address some of the concerns that have been brought forward. The development permit for the site was approved on July 4th of 2018 for a religious assembly. And given the permit was issued almost 3 years ago and in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, there is no longer an opportunity to appeal. So as such, the development permit cannot be rescinded. The development permit at the time was reviewed by Land Development Engineering and Fire Services and did contain some conditions. The developer is required to comply with those conditions, which included conditions around lighting, parking, and waste management. And in addition, the structures on site are required to comply with the Alberta Building Code and Alberta Fire Code. The site work must comply with the county's engineering, design, and construction standards, and the development as a whole must comply with all applicable provincial regulations, including those outlined by Alberta Environment and Protection. In terms of the notification, the county followed regulations set out in the land use bylaw. When the development permit was issued in July of 2018, notifications were sent out by mail to adjacent landowners. The landowners were given the opportunity to appeal the decision. The county received one appeal, which was subsequently withdrawn. The site owners also held their open house after the permit was issued, where landowners within approximately 1 kilometer of the proposed development were notified by mail, although any interested members of the public were able to attend. A separate development permit was also issued for the tree clearing and site preparation on site prior to the permit for the building itself. This application was referred to the county's biologist for review, as this work is within an environmentally sensitive area. A desktop biophysical assessment was a requirement and was completed by the county biologist, which outlined the groundwater sensitivity of the area, potential impacts of the tree clearing and building activities, as well as mitigation measures such as erosion control and replanting requirements. The assessment also indicated that proposed activities were within a wildlife corridor, but not located within a designated sensitive wildlife species range. The assessment recommended that vegetation clearing should occur outside of the nesting breeding period for migratory birds. An environmental impact assessment can be requested at the discretion of the county. In this case, upon completion of the desktop biophysical assessment, the county's biologist determined that no further studies would be needed. As such, a full environmental impact assessment was not requested. The engineering consultant for the development completed several studies, including their own environmental biophysical overview, a slope stability analysis, aquifer and well impacts, and groundwater supply evaluation. With the Water Act application for a diversion of 6,355 cubic meters of water per year, this amount is to support the fire suppression pond required on site by the Alberta Fire Code. The amount requested would be the maximum amount and not necessarily the amount that will be used yearly. This volume takes into account the freezing during the winter and evaporation during the summers to ensure a sufficient amount of water is available should there be an emergency. The amount will vary from year to year depending on that rainfall and evaporation. I'm going to add in why this wasn't required before. So as buildings are upgraded and new buildings are built, they must comply with the current edition of the Alberta Fire Code and the current edition of the Alberta Building Code. This is why this is a new requirement. The fire suppression pond is something that is required for the building today, but was not required at the time the buildings were initially put up 30 some years ago. Alberta Environment and Protection is responsible for completing the analysis of the Water Act diversion request, determining whether the aquifer can accommodate this amount of water, and determining both the short and long-term impacts that could potentially occur as a result of the diversion. Parkland County does not have any authority in approving water wells or diversions. In addition, this site currently has approved licenses for 2 water wells and will continue to have those same licenses. When reviewing and making decisions on any development permit, administration relies on the land use bylaw to guide decisions. Parkland County's land use bylaw is the regulatory framework which determines how the municipality is built. It sets out regulations for buildings and uses on private property within the county. The land use bylaw is a living document in that it is continuously reviewed and amended to ensure it is reflective of the needs of the community. As indicated by Mr. McGowan, administration is proposing a comprehensive strategy to optimize how the land use bylaw functions, with the overarching goal of providing improved user functionality for residents and business owners, as well as consistency in decision-making by the county's development authority. This strategy will evaluate the land use bylaw in terms of key themes or building blocks to ensure it achieves its goals. And each building block provides administration with the opportunity to work with the community directly and council to develop land use regulations that align with the council's strategic vision. The land use bylaw optimization strategy will not only review the written regulations, but will examine ways in which the information is presented online for ease of use in today's digital world. I hope this helps to clarify some of the concerns, understanding that further information will be included in the next presentation currently scheduled for April 13th. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
With that, thank you, Ms. Domijan. Thank you, Mr. McGowan, and thank you for further comment that will come forward April 13th at the next meeting. I think that will give an opportunity to go in depth and answer the questions specifically that were raised today, and hopefully certainly address and give some sense of understanding to the questions that were raised today. Anything else that you wanted to provide at this time? I'll ask that to Ms. Swain at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing else that I'd like to provide at this time, but perhaps it would be a good opportunity for you to put the motion that's been drafted forward. So I'm not sure if Ms. Williams has that up.
I believe Chairman Kadasiak, if you're putting a motion forward, you're passing the chair over.
Yes, past Deputy Mayor Melnick, I'll pass the chair, and as she accepts the chair, I'll move a notice of motion that actually a motion that administration be directed to provide a presentation regarding the Carmelite development at the April 13, 2021 council meeting. That motion is put on the floor, and administration have indicated that they're prepared to do that.
Okay, with that, any comments or questions, clarification on this motion that any members of council would have at this time?
Madam Chair, if I could, when I've talked to people in the community, they have asked about the communication process and about being able to get information. And it's been noted that we're looking to change in the future through amendments our land use bylaw. That's a way we can improve on our communication process. I know one of the concerns was that land development and fire services had input. The question was whether recreation department was involved in that as well as an example. So are improving the process for communication. People are looking for more information so that everyone has an understanding of what's happening here. Comment was that communication was flawed, and we do need to improve it and be accountable as council. So, I'm responding to information and requests from the community to have that take place.
Any further comments or questions of clarification that are required at this time? Seeing Mayor Chagas.
Thank you. Respectfully, I'd say communication wasn't flawed. Staff did follow the process and did send letters out to the residents within a kilometer distance. And again, my comments were that perhaps we can have a better process, and our staff are looking into that. So I do support this motion, so staff can provide additional information and clarification to the residents who joined the call and are seeking those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions in regards to this motion? Anything that you wanted to lay right now? I'm going to end with my final comment, and I think that one of the components that I've heard numerous times during the public input was that Mayor Chagas or members of council had written letters indicating or spoken indicating that there is flaw in the process or that we did things wrong as a county. I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that there was no council decisions whatsoever, and individuals that may have responded are doing so underneath their own personal and not as council as a whole. So I'm going to make that statement at this time. Seeing that there is no further comments, I will ask the question, is there anyone opposed to this motion? Seeing none, Ms. Swain, then I guess that is the direction sent to administration as which was previously agreed to by council. And I will pass this chair back over to Councillor Kubasiak.
Thank you, Past Deputy Mayor. So that motion has been carried, and as staff have indicated, they are prepared to bring that information forward, and I appreciate that we're going to continue that information process. Thank you very much to everyone who took time to participate in the public input today. I also thank council for their indulgence in allowing, we usually just have a 10-minute period. People in the area have raised these concerns, and we wanted to make sure that we hear your points of view. So please feel that that has happened. Council has extended that, and I hope everyone feels that they have been heard. So with that, thank you. And Ms. Swain, we will move to our next agenda item. Thank you to staff for your input. I appreciate the efforts that you've made to help us here. Our next item on the agenda is D1, Small Agricultural Holdings, a Viability Scan Final Report. Ms. Swain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So next up, we have Barb Shackle-Hardman, Director of Agriculture Services, here to present the Small Agricultural Holdings Viability Scan Report and answer any questions that council may have. So I will pass it over to Ms. Shackle-Hardman.
Thank you, Ms. Swain, and good morning to council. I'm going to just share my screen and put up the presentation. Well, thank you, Council, or Committee of the Whole, and this, I think, is the last study that we're presenting the final report for that was done under the Coal Community Transition Fund. And it's my pleasure today to just share with you the final report of this study and some of the recommendations. So the purpose of this study was to determine how Parkland County can support our small agricultural operations. And as I mentioned, this study was funded through the Coal Communities Transition Fund. And through a public procurement process, Sericon Consulting was contracted to complete this study. Now, you've got a copy of the study. I'm not going to go through all of the methodology in the study, but I am going to touch on some of the highlights of the findings and some of the recommendations. So one of the primary purposes of the study was to look at small agricultural operations and small holdings to determine whether there was barriers or issues around those operations. And in part of the study, the theme or the small agricultural holding was defined as a business that had an agricultural theme to it, a business that would be viable on 20-acre parcels or less. And so it's not your conventional larger scale operations. It was confined to those operations that could be viable on those smaller holdings, but that they did require proximity to land or weren't suitable for a commercial or large scale conventional or commercial industrial lot. So in just looking at what type of land bases we have available within the county, through a number of the land use districts, it was identified that there's over 3,000 parcels that are suitable for small ag holdings, which comprised about 15,000 acres. The other component of this study was to look at businesses that would be appropriate for small agricultural holdings. And so those were divided into 4 different categories. Those that were really production focused, so those would be things like you pick market gardens, cut flowers, things that required the ability to grow a product. The second was value add products, which were things like on-farm packaging or processing, meat processing, things like that. The third category was around agritourism, so things like that had an agricultural themed event or equestrian venues. The final category was around ag services, and so those would be services that are going to support that ag community, so things like input suppliers, veterinarians, and whatnot. So in the summary of the findings is that we identified about 54 businesses that are operating some of those small agricultural operations, but they're not necessarily on smaller parcels. The average size of those parcels was about 54 acres. So they ranged from, down to 10 acres up to 100. And so some of those businesses do look at different sizes of land bases to set up those operations for existing as well as expansion. There's also within those categories that I just mentioned, there's significant differences in what their critical success factors are. So for example, in those production type facilities, their main focus or the main success factor for them is to be located where there's good quality land. Whereas in agritourism operation, their success is based on where they're located closest to their market or the access to visitors. Also identified that there is significant seasonal year-round employment generated by these businesses. And 3 of the things that this study was looking at business or opportunities for employment, opportunity for tax revenue, and opportunities for diversification. So there is significant employment generated. However, the only businesses that really support that municipal tax revenue would be those input suppliers. So some of the conclusions from the study were that we currently have a significant land base that's available to accommodate small ag holdings. And again, there is significant support for employment through these businesses and secondary economic benefits. And for the agritourism type businesses, that proximity to market, amenities, good roads and whatnot are critical to those factors. Whereas I mentioned before, soil quality is more important for some of those businesses that are looking at primary production, such as vegetables, fruits, and other products. And also identified that in the county, we do have actually minimal regulatory barriers for these small ag holdings to operate. With that said, though, there are some opportunities to provide additional support to those businesses. And some of those would be utilizing some of those existing small holdings to encourage that local food emerging agri-food sector. So with COVID, there has been a significant desire and demand for local products. So being as close as we are to major urban centers, there is opportunities for us to help support those emerging issues or emerging businesses. There's also opportunities to look at some alternate land access strategies. One of the primary barriers for new people coming into the agriculture industry is access to land. And so there are some recommendations within the report of how we can partner with other agencies that also help try to do that matchmaking around land that's accessible for new operators. There were some changes that were suggested in the land use bylaw to remove some of those small regulatory barriers, and some of those were around definitions of acceptable uses. So for example, with some new and emerging different types of operations that people are looking at, whether or not those definitions were actually included in the land use bylaw or in our land use bylaw. And I believe that that will be looked at as the revisions are being made to that bylaw. The other recommendation was to look at different tools that we could also look at to maintain agricultural areas through some new tools that are available, such as agricultural easements. And these easements are tools that are available through some of our provincial legislation, but are still kind of getting the kinks worked out of them. They're not being used widespread at the moment, but there are opportunities there for council to look at. So with that wraps up the final report recommendations and results from that study, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shackle-Hardman, for that presentation. We certainly had a chance to review that, and I'm going to ask for comments, but before we do, I will ask Councillor Collins if you would like to put that motion on the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the small agricultural holdings viability scan final report be received for information as presented.
Do you have any comments you'd like to make?
No, it's just thanks for the info and no questions or comments.
Okay, Councillor McNabb, any questions or comments?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I am looking for my unmute button. I have one question in regards to the services, ag services, and I recognize that what ag services could be. Was there any conversation about, you know, I'm just thinking out loud here is regards to like mechanics and welders. Do they fit under that category, and how would they fit under that category?
Yeah, and that's an excellent question. Recognizing that those support services are required for operations, we didn't get into that depth of it of the different types of support businesses. It was really looking at ag input suppliers. So it was really we were trying to kind of keep the scope from getting too large in the project, and so we didn't look at all of those other support services that could be used for supporting agricultural operations.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Melnick, any questions or comments on the motion?
The only comment I would have was to thank Barb Shackleman-Hardman for the presentation. Very thorough. We had a great presentation previously on this topic, so thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mayor Chagas, comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Shackle-Hardman, and you know, your comments about how in depth this would go. And you know, this is one of the discussions and the advice that the Regional Agricultural Master Plan Task Force gave to the working group is to take a look at it from a holistic systematic approach. So it's agricultural systems and all those support services like the welding contractors that Councillor McNabb had talked about. But in this report, it makes references to a couple of specific types of developments, wedding venues and conference spaces as businesses that are suited for agricultural small holdings. And I have a little bit of difficulty in establishing a direct linkage of how these are support agriculture and how these venues would advance agriculture on an ongoing basis. I see opportunities for facilities like these being located elsewhere, and I'll use the Wadman area and Whitewood Mine. Both could attract, both of these types of industries could attract other businesses like photography studios, caterers, hotels, and all without leading to more subdivisions for non-agricultural businesses, which leads to that fragmentation and loss of our prime agricultural lands. And there's a lot of county documents, you know, our statutory plans, the MDP, the land use bylaws, and a number of the reports that state our position and what council has embraced, even in our strategic plan, and that is to support and advance agriculture and limit fragmentation. So those are my only comments regarding those two specific businesses that were identified. Thank you.
Okay, With that, I'd also just like to thank you for the presentation this morning, and certainly support looking at a holistic approach to this. Talk about non-agricultural input. I think there's always a line, like how far do you go with this? And Councillor McNabb makes a comment about supported, industries and services that do support. How far do you look at that? You did say that you would be looking at acceptable uses and definitions into the land use bylaw. And I'm just wondering, I guess my question would be around recreation and tourism, those types of issues. How far does that definition extend? There are related services that would be, people like spa type services or things that people might massage services that people might want to run in an existing facility without fragmenting their lands more, but incorporating those types of related services be operated in the community. So those questions come forward, and I guess how far do you go with non-ag input type of services? So I understand you're going to be bringing that back to council. You'll be discussing that, and you'll come back. Possibly we'll have more discussion at that point. Any closing comments, Ms. Shackle-Hardman?
No, that's fine. Thanks for the input.
Okay, with that, any other closing comments? I'll offer one more time. Councillor Hollins has put the motion on the floor to accept the scanned final report. Anyone in opposition? Hearing none, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is D2, the agricultural policies. We're looking at some rescinding there. Ms. Shackle-Hardman, did you want to continue, or Ms. Swain, did you have an introductory comment?
No introductory comment. I'll pass it back over to Ms. Shackle-Hardman to continue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The council adopted the Agricultural Services Policy CAG001 in May of 2020. And there's a number of policies related to agriculture that are still on the books. And these policies are publicly available and do cause some confusion for residents because these policies don't necessarily align with operational practice or current program offerings. And so we were here today to present to committee administration's proposal to deal with some of these policies. And based on feedback from the committee, then we'll be bringing these policies back to council in May. Agricultural Services did consult with the Ag Service Board regarding these policies, and there was no concerns raised with our proposal. We also conducted internal consultations to make sure that there was no unintended consequences of rescinding these policies. I'm just going to check to see if Mr. James Lesky was able to join us.
Yes, Barb, he is on.
Excellent. So I was going to turn it over to James, who's manager of agronomics, to run through the policies and present administration's proposal on how to deal with these policies.
Thank you, Barb, and good afternoon. So I'll run through our policies, starting with our AG01, and that's our agricultural equipment rental. Right now, administration is recommending that this policy be rescinded, and we're going to work on putting together a procedure to reflect current operational practices. Policy AG02, club route management, we recommend rescinding the policy and develop a directive to encompass the pest surveillance process. Policy AG03, shelter belt trees. We recommend rescinding this policy as the programs referenced in the policy have long been discontinued. So those are that's the program that was offered by the federal government out of Indian Head, Saskatchewan. Policy AG04, roadside seating. We recommend rescinding this policy. Engineering standards include requirements for roadside seating, and this policy is not reflective of current operational practices. Policy AG06, kite control, and AG07, ground squirrel and gopher control are redundant, and that's in regards to they're both on the Agricultural Pests Act, and as such are being recommended for rescindment. Vegetation control, policy AG08. We recommend rescinding this policy and updating procedures to reflect current operational practices. Policy AG13, topsoil removal. We recommend rescinding this policy as the land use bylaw includes topsoil removal. Policy AG14, weed inspectors. This one is redundant as it is covered under the Weed Control Act, and we recommended rescinding this policy. Policy AG20, seed cleaning plant assistance. Recommend rescinding this policy as inspection requirements included this policy already set by provincial standards. Policy AG21, soil conservation policy is redundant to the Soil Conservation Act and can be rescinded. So with that, administration recommends this presentation be received for information as presented, and we're happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lusky, for that quick breakdown. We've had a chance to read the information that was provided in our agenda package, so I appreciate you just doing a quick rundown of that. There is a motion to cover rescinding those policies and regulations that Mr. Lescu put forward. So Councillor McNabb, would you be willing to put that motion forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Councillor John McNabb, Division 5, and I'll propose the motion that agricultural policies rescindment presentation be received for information and as presented.
Thank you. Any comments you would like to make?
No, thanks very much. And I was aware they were coming forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melnick, comments or questions?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it's always pertinent that administration is taking a look to see where policies no longer either fit in or things can be done better, things that are redundant, and advising council of such to ensure that we address those policy concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Chagas?
No comments, thank you.
Chagas?
No comments.
Councillor Hollins, any comment?
No comments, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shagel-Hartman, you mentioned that there were no issues and that this was handled as a consultation with the Ag Services Board. So all in all, the information that was presented by administration, Dilly didn't raise any flags or any issues and that there was full agreement there. I know Councillor Hollins and McNabb sit on this committee and they certainly would have mentioned it otherwise, but you briefly said there were no issues. So I thought maybe you might have some other comment there.
No, we made the same presentation to the Agricultural Service Board prior to bringing it to committee, and there was no concerns that were raised with rescinding these policies and recognizing that some are quite dated and are not reflective of current operational practice. So the board was supportive of having these rescinded so that we don't have policies on the books that are actually not even in practice or not utilized anymore.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we have the motion on the floor to accept as the report as presented by Councillor McNabb. I will ask if anyone is opposed to that motion. Seeing none, thank you very much. That motion is carried. Thank you, Mr. Luscu and Ms. Shackel-Hardman, for your information this morning. Thank you. Okay, with that, we move we have the item 8.1 is included in our 8.1 and 8.2 are included in our consent agenda, and we move to closed session. And 9.1, Ms. Swain, you can, I guess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so I will present the motion that the Committee of the Whole convene in closed session pursuant to Section 197 of the Municipal Government Act to meet in private to discuss matters protected from disclosure by Section 23 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McNabb. Councillor Melnick.
Councillor Melnick, Division 6. I'll make the motion that we move into closed session.
Okay, that motion is on the floor. Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if you wish, you may ask for everybody to announce themselves as being present to return back.
Okay, thank you very much. It's 1:29 and council's returned from closed session discussion. Just take a roll call again, starting with Councillor Hollins. Please indicate if you're present.
Present.
Councillor McNabb.
Present.
Councillor Melnick.
Present.
Mayor Shagas.
Present.
And I'm present, and Councillor Jensen is absent. So those members noted attendance. And I think that takes us to the close of our meeting today. Ms. Swain, anything else we need?
No, I appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate council's indulgence today. That was a lengthy session and required some patience and understanding. So thank you very much. It's 1:30. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.